Still kind of waking up, even though I didn't. Oh my gosh, that is pretty important news. I was just told HBO Max has all the original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movies. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles marathon on the horizon, definitely. Oh yeah, the original. No cartoon one, but I mean I love the cartoon. I don't know. I love this intro. We got it going. Boom, boom, boom. And it says I'm live. Good. Yep. Oh, that was delicious. Not really at all. No, that was quite. Oh my gosh. That. Now let's retake that video. You know, cause you gotta put all this stuff up in social media. Oh, look, I'm live. Yeah, I'll let people know. Nope. So I will be working on the animation. I rendered out 2 different camera views from Blender that I was working on. I worked on one last time and I know I needed a different one. Because there's two different approaches I can effectively look at this animation as it's going. So I'll be playing around with both of them. And I was looking at them and was like, I'm still not quite sure which one I want, and I'm gonna have to make that choice now. That's what I'm gonna have to do tonight. Make my choice and go, I want to work with this one, and then that will be my consistency of shape. Especially because I've taken a box form. I've created that in like Krita, and then I've taken that and I went, okay, now let's impose that over in Blender and actually make the squares. Make all those 3D shapes orthographically, so it's flat like a 2D image. And then say, now let's pull it to perspective and flip it on around and make it work. Make it happen. Do 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 do. But yeah, I'm still getting things. I look presentable enough. That works. Hi, people. But got my screen open. I did close Blender. The reason why I even started a little bit later than 7 is because I was grabbing my drink, and I was rendering out both sequences. I needed the whole 100 frames for one of them, for both of them, and then I also needed the like an MPEG, a video version, so I'd have a reference to the motion overall in the whole sequence instead of booting up Blender every time and going, show me that sequence. But it really allows me to pick out of like the 100 images, more like the 90 images, and say, this is the whole transition from beginning to end. Like literally, like even like every moment, it's from beginning to end. With the 3D blocks, it's very rough. I didn't sculpt the character. I just wanted to know the shape as it moved. So I'm losing train of thought. No. You know, I always feel like I'm like borderline AD, attention deficit. Because it is like, I just had a split seconds, like, I can't remember what I was typing. I need to drink my water before I finish my energy drink. Just love me sour drinks. Alright. Another and okay. What am I looking for? Not quite that, but you know, that's cool. Oh my gosh, can I not hear them still? I bet you I can't still hear this.
Avocados from Mexico.
Did it actually play it?
Avocados from Mexico.
It did, but it doesn't let me hear it. Awesome. Which is good and bad, because if I heard it through the headphones, then you guys would hear it in like stereo sound. I think that's why I changed it. Now I did. I need to get that working so I can hear it, but it won't then play twice. What am I trying to say? More animation. I'm still drawing a blank. It's like I'm sitting here and I'm thinking. And then I just go blank. I really need to wake up. Gosh, you know, on Tuesday after I ended the stream, and I'd gone for 4 hours, I was very proud. It's like, awesome. I usually only do 2. And I went 2 extra. I doubled down. And ended up staying till like 3 a.m. in the morning. So I gotta watch that. Of course, if you reel on back, I did have 2 energy drinks because I was really like, craving them drinks. Why can't I think? Because I'm trying to think in so many different directions at the moment. So I'm thinking about what I'm doing. I have 2 videos that I'm going to be going over, analyzing, and figuring out which works best for what effect I want. Because they're the same movement, but 2 different 2 different ways of doing the same thing I'm trying to do. Gosh, actually, now that I think about it, that's kind of why I should keep the well, so if it's not evident, what I'm doing is my passion has always been animation, so I'm really working towards making that the focus of what I do. And I've done illustrations over the past year, so like that was a pretty big thing. And now I'm just gonna be working on animation a lot more, like simple ones, things for. What I'd really like to start doing is getting it into more of like wow. Alright, it's clear I need to slug this. Wait, I can't. But I just need to finish typing this. There. I appeased my mentality. Put it out there. Alright, phone's on Do Not Disturb. Get out of my face. We'll throw you to the book that's right there. So there, how are we going? How evening? How is evening? That's how we're starting tonight, with a bunch of nonsense with me words. Alright, toothpick in the mouth. Very fancy toothpick. All its mint flavor is gone. I'm kind of disappointed. I should go grab a dozen more and just jam between all my teeth and go rah. That'd be very messed up. Just imagine it all across the top, across the bottom. I don't know. My gums just feel weird. It just wouldn't be appropriate. Hey, actually, now that I think about it, appropriate makes my mouth feel weird and do funny things. Alright, enough of that. I have a few videos I'm going to be going over because I have 2 different camera angles that I'm really working on for this animation, and this is a transition from real life footage to another set of real life footage that is that I keep doing and streaming for everyone and now. So what I did is I went over into Blender. I made a very basic shape This is not Blender, of course, this is Krita. But the box shape that you see there is what I took this snapshot of what I did. And then I made... Where'd they go? Where'd it go? Made two different cameras movements. Both the same direction and everything, but two slightly different effects. So I have camera X here. And in camera X, I'll get there. It'll work with me. So in this one, camera X, instead of doing, I kept a consistent distance for where the camera is moving. And the only thing I changed was the focal length. So that was actually the secondary animation. So I have a cylinder, or cylinder, a circle. I have an arc that the camera's going around, half circle. And the all while, instead of actually moving it in and out of the actual, this block character, this very basic block character, I have the focal length zooming in, essentially, or narrowing and zooming in, so becoming, the millimeter is becoming smaller? Or was I enlarging? I think I was enlarging the millimeter. I was enlarging the millimeter. Enlarging the millimeter, I increased it to about, what was it? At this point, it had gone past the maximum, so it was max of 78 millimeter. And then I pulled it on back to 40 millimeter. To get that effect of zooming in and out. So with this one, it adds a little bit difference in shape. As in, it's almost not allowing it to kind of deform and kind of get fisheye effect. Because the focal length is keeping the field of view narrow. So then I have the other... Really? Thank you for getting out of full screen. That was being more difficult than it should have been. And then I have my other one. And this is Z. Now what this one does that's so different, and this is actually closer to what I'm currently doing, and this might be just what I do, but I had to see the other one. If I did the focal length, then it changes. Now what this does is I actually do full movement of the camera. So I'd come in, do zoom. So it's a consistent 45 millimeters lens for it. So I move inward. And then instead of taking a full circle arc, I actually take it and I keep the camera fixated on my target. But then I just do this little slight drive-by, just over the shoulder. It goes up slightly, around the body, and then back behind it. So it doesn't take a full arc. So again, it's not taking a full, as it goes in, full arc. Now it actually goes in, very shallow arc. And that's how this one's getting that effect. And that's what I'm essentially doing with it. So this is what I currently have the animation doing. And just for the sake of it, I can't quite run them simultaneously. Don't have a nice little play all at the same time button. Let's see if I can get this one playing. So I'll take a brief moment. Oh, I'm not going to turn you off. So I don't need to see those blocks. So these are both doing this very similar movement. The difference being, though, is it literally is, you can see the whole turnaround, but I have this block shape. to give me an idea of where it sits in the world, how large should I be by the point. So it gives me a shape change. In addition to that, this also kind of tells me how far away should this hand be compared to this. And as I have it, I'm not quite keeping that consistency of the camera movement that I want, because I keep the hand in the shot at all times. So it's almost like I'm doing a bit of, I'm widening the angle of the lens as I'm passing by the character, which is, it's very possible. And unfortunately, without having the, information from the real world, footage that was made, I have to guesstimate if there was a millimeter change difference. In this case, was it zoomed in on the previous shot? How much of that did that change? Because the initial shot could have been essentially at a zoom, more of a zoomed in lens. So in their case, my millimeter is different because they zoomed in further. Whereas for the outside wide shot could be 35 millimeter, and here I'm jamming and saying, no, it should be 45. Or I'm sorry, 55 is the standard in Blender, and I didn't change it on this particular shot. But so 55 millimeter was the consistent in Z. It was always at that range. I think at one point I did animate it. Because right about here is where I said, no, I do need to change that focal length just ever so slightly, because I had this currently chopping off half of the head when it was getting to this point. So it just wasn't going to work because I needed more of the head in there, because I really need that to be part of the focus in this animation. And one of the key parts of the sequence is this shot. The whole point of the hand swipe is as it is off screen, then we have another frame here, and then this frame, the frame hand actually just engulfs and is already starting to swipe. We have the background get revealed. So it's very crucial that the top of the head was kind of also a nice little break point, because, well, one of the big things is that the real world footage doesn't exist for this. I would be creating that background, so there's a strong possibility that that's a secondary action that I'm not going to bother with. But I can feel that in the emotion of the transition it can make sense, but the or is it? It doesn't. It's very. The music. How about this? I have the fucking thing that I'm just sitting here gabbing about, and it's like I can actually play it. So this is my first cut play blast of the.
I wanted to give him my own. That's what.
All right, I'm just gonna calm you down a bit. We're gonna volume. Why is this really loud? Because it's also I don't have the rights. But oh, what am I doing? I went way too low. So I don't have the rights to the stuff. But this was my initial play. What I'd done, animatic wise, and increasing and inputting the sequence that I'm imagining. So then I have this opacity fade in of what I was doing as we're pulling off the page this character, and we're going through this animation, and then again, right, that's missing because I can't quite, because it should be just real quick, and then it zooms back out and you see the music just kicks right in. So I don't have a very big audio cue to kind of do this, other than we just have that nice piano playing. It's consistent. Well, I got a lot of work to do. Yay! That's the evening. So the big picture here is that I want to figure out if there's a better camera, and if there is, then I want to work with that. Secondly, I rendered out every single still image, so I can, instead of try to draw it myself, I can just use the box shapes and go, this is how big this character should be at this point, and I can draw the hand sketched version, the actual the version that we have in the very first frame. The character exists right here, so I can draw it larger and larger and larger and larger, and shape change it as it should, based upon the size, where the spacing of the chest is. So I know from the block that I made, the square that's meant for the chest, the upper body, I should be able to fit from this point of the shoulder to this point of the shoulder, and it should be as wide as this always. I know where the bottom of the upper arm should be, where it's coming out of that body, out of that torso, into the upper arm, into the forearm, then into the hand, which is currently just a hand that's cut off from the palm. A secondary motion is from this to this. So again, that's what I went into Blender for, is I created the very basic shape of this character, blocked it out, and said, okay, now we're taking from that 2D, or in this case, I also have like the first 10 frames of both of those cameras is just orthographic view, and then snaps to perspective view. So it actually goes orthographic, likes to look at things flat and even and consistent, where then perspective goes, I will morph it like as if it's biopic. You have two eyes that are looking at objects, so it's got some shape to it, and it's got perspective. And because that's clearly what I'm doing, is I'm taking a 2D drawn character and trying to render them with 3 dimensions. So I thought, go into Blender, let's get it done properly, get Blender open, get it going, and so I made that character, made my animations, and now we're at this stage where I can actually probably make a whole nother file, or just another iteration of this, turn off everything you see, and then go in and go frame, and then just put every frame in. That's going to take a while. Or I can just go put in this frame, this is my draw, boom, done. Next one. Keep cranking them out. And in the end, I can... there is one aspect I do have to consider, is because this is part of my alignment, is that this character is off-center from this. They're off-center in this video. So center would be right about here. So I start off having to pull the character from here to a video sequence, and I kind of tried to get it just at that point where, because this camera movement is a bit shaky. It is moving to the left, and then stops here just ever so slightly because it doesn't move on back. So again, the block shape is to help me keep the chest consistent, especially through this, and then when I'm on the backside, because I kept looking at it, it's like, I feel like I'm making the character a bit too small. Because as you look at him, the real world version, it is a bit more narrow. And I'll have that transition work in, but I want to keep a consistent shape and then start morphing it to them. So if anything, the what I rendered is going to help me with everything up to about like this point. Because this is about the point where I start morphing from the 2D image to the real world. So at some point I'm going to have to make sure I sketch him out completely. which I think I did at one point. I mean, that's, I think that's somewhat me sketching them and then doing a poor job because I misinterpreted where I had that rock sitting. Because like that last frame, it's like, that's clearly the rock is so far off. I just try to draw it in, I think. I think it's eyeball, and it's like, I think it's about here, and just went at it. Because I'm not going for like the hyper realism. I'm going from the sketch drawing, bringing it to life, and then showing the transition because his friend talks about it. So, but I'm hoping I'll finish this, not necessarily tonight, but tomorrow. Because right now it's just I need to make a decision on which camera I'm gonna use. Pat the face. Thank you very much, Phoenix. Yes. Today's the 5th. Oh my gosh. Is today the 5th? No, today's the 4th. I have 5 days. I have 5 days until then. And I'm 1 year older. Gosh. Am I really getting that old? Getting up there in the years. And then lose more bowel control and all that other junk. And then eventually I'll get to that old age where they say bend over, please. You know, that's right around the corner. That's not too far from now. True, true. No more bowel talk. Oh gosh. Oh, you feeling okay? Hopefully. Yeah, I've had that happen a few times. You pull out that questionable, you know, hard-boiled egg and you go, I guess a little green is okay. No, I'm not that disgusting. Oh, Aldi's? Is it a horrible thing to say you get what you pay for? No. It's pretty awful, yeah. I mean, we all run the risk because they probably bought a bunch and they went, oh crud, now we have a bunch of recall. Was it the same things happened at Meyer? I wonder if there's an easy way for me to import sequence. Probably not. Oh, wait a second. Let's see. Add images. This will be very interesting. Of course, I just realized I rendered my files from Blender at 24 frames per second instead of 15 frames per second, which a lot more drawings, right? Where is it? I'm staring right at it. 3D camera render. And dang, I didn't actually decide which one yet. I'm sitting here about to load it up. I was like, wait, which one? Which camera? Which one am I gonna use? X was the focal length changes. And Z was the original The original. The OG. So again, Z. This is closer to what I currently have. And I'm very optimistic to think is like, cause I like the dynamic feel that it has. Cause we get very intimate with the character and then pull away. And whereas for our previous one, the one that just has a consistent arc but changes focal length as it moves across. So two of the same motions, same direction, but two different methods of getting a similar effect. And then of course the zoom in, a lot of what I'm seeing is that this character becomes very flat. Because you can see that the shape is consistent throughout. And yes, it almost, I don't know, it almost kind of makes the character not feel real. Like it's alive. So I guess, from that feeling, that standpoint, I'm not going to go with this camera. I'm going to go with Z. So Z is the sequence. I mean, there is a few parts where I'm going, where it's juddy. And that it kind of, the motion isn't as fluid as I'd like to see it. And that has a lot to do with the fact that I have the camera move in first, then start moving. But it's very consistent of being like straight in and then curves out. I almost should go in there and make sure it kind of goes like this. Snakes through one and the other so it's a bit more fluid. So it's... Yeah. Because that fluidity, instead of going and then zooming out. Bachi. It looks like I'm gonna have to open up Blender, and I was like, I'm gonna mess with it. I'm gonna need to mess with the movement of that camera, cause yeah. Well, gosh, shall I go back to the drawing board? Terrible joke. I'm already at the drawing board. But so with that in mind, I'm going to open up the sequence from Z. We're going to grab all 100 frames and we're going to see how cool. Start at that step. Source frames, ascending. Numerical. Yeah. Okay. Okay, it looks like it's pulling them in. This is awesome because that's exactly what I wanted to do, but did it stop on me? Oh no, opening document, and it's should put it frame by frame by frame by frame. Wait a second. Hopefully it just puts all 100 and I don't get anything more. I should have 100. Or I guess I get 99 of them. Oh no. No, don't tell me they're too big. Well, it's not a big issue. If I end up drawing this character in a particular place and end up having to shift it in the editing process, like you start here and you start moving this way and then we get this and then just shift it back into place as it goes to zoom in and out. See, that might make me feel weird about it, but it should still work. It's gotta work. Well, it doesn't have to. I'd like to see it work. So it's gonna play 15 frames a second up to 70. So we can see fairly like exactly what I have originally. This is my fears. I don't feel like this is this must be taking up exactly the top half then. I'm going to go into selection and see. Yeah, see, it's not. Oh, I'd have to go through every frame and change it. Because you don't fit the screen. I guess this is where I should go in and make it a 1080 by 1920 and do a new file for the animation sequence. Because, yeah, I think I've done what I can for this. So we're actually gonna delete that. And I'm gonna make a new file. So we're just gonna make a new file real quick. And we're gonna make that 1080 by 1920. That was the seems like it's right there. I got it. I know what I do. Really, I have it set up for so many other things, but I don't have it set up for that. Well, I could do the... No. 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 I did create that one. Ba, ba, da, da, da. Well, I can just put in the width. Yeah. Height myself. Do not need to be at 600 DPI. This... Should I do it? I should just... You know, why not? 300. It's relatively small, so it should work out perfectly fine at 300 DPI. It's well above what I need. I say like I probably only need 150. But you know. So we're gonna import. Oh, first save as. So we're gonna make sure. Trying to think of a nice name for it. Animation 2 and MC shape change. Because this is just the animation for them. And this is the first file iteration, but it's the second version of animation that we've been working on. So I will... I might have to run to the bathroom for a split second. Too much water. You know, too much of a good thing. That good thing being water. Alright, and then we're gonna go import. There. Import animation frames. Import images. And we're going with you. Good, sir. And we're going to shift. Take all 100 frames of that. And this is set to a source of 24 frames per second, so this should run at its speed. But it's 100 images that it's going to bring in. And I'm hoping all of them will be centered properly. That's the goal. What? Alright, then let's try this again. If I control Z, is it going to delete them all? You worked fine a moment ago. Oh, you know what? I'm going to close it, so I only have this one open. Delete that. Try again, because you worked fine. This is probably going to be a case of, oh, Creator wants to be closed, so I can restart doing, you know. So process that for me, please. Is it going to stop at 200 meg? Probably could. No. I did close down the other one. But it should have a good hefty amount. I think I'd given it at least 10 gigs for this. I had to go in and manually tell it to. So it should run out of memory to load these up. Perfect. All 99 frames. Probably because it starts it off at 0, then goes to 99. Whereas for the animation in Blender started at 1 and went to 100. So it's actually 9 frames. And then snap. There's literally like no big change. Here's orthographic. Perspective. Orthographic. Now here's one of the big points to see. Is the difference between this little space here. Really? I thought we were working with reds. Now this might. Come on. There. Make sure I'm touching on that. But you can see right there. And the biggest difference is looking at this crevice. Why am I using that? Do I have this set to black and white or something? I must. How did that happen? I do know I'm gonna turn down Streamlabs because I remembered when I game I have it set to max so it doesn't skip, but I don't need that while I'm drawing. I don't need the processing power all at once. Oh, what? Experiencing issues. What issues? Scene quality's good. Alright, so we'll keep it at that. But I want to make sure. This is where I'm like, I need to just get a computer, a laptop to the side that's just gonna grab the stream. And again, that is... Okay, that time it changed. Is it missing saturation? How did it... I made a new file. It shouldn't be set to black and white. We're gonna go workspace and we're gonna go over to big paint. How did this get stuck on black and white only? That is crazy. And something I don't want to hit save for. Well, let me restart Critter real quick, because it clearly is acting up. And no, I do not want to save, because I will. So, how are you doing this evening? How's everyone going? It's, you know, it's a typical, you know, program wants to just do its own thing. And let's just, you know, figure it out. But again, I used Blender, you know, just the other day to create my camera views, and that's what I have, that image sequence of 100 frames. That's going to help me with the shape change and consistency of a 2D sketch and pulling it and making it consistently in size and shape of the character's body from one real-world instance, which the first real-world instance is a 2D image drawn on a piece of paper. It's then pulled out for this. And then it gets transposed over a real-world person as we get to the backside of the drawing and zoom outward as it goes and fades into the human version that it should be. And Critta. Here's your little... Where's your block, sir? Oh boy. I'm afraid to click it again, but you know, I really want it to load. And it might load up twice. All the fun of technical issues. Yay. This is how I start most of my days, going, why did it do that? Troubleshoot, troubleshoot, troubleshoot. Oh, that's why it did it. That feature got flicked on somehow. I swear, I hit so many random hotkeys. It's like my left arm has a mind of its own. It just starts jamming on buttons. Doesn't register that my mind hit that. Like idle hands. Okay. That looks like there's color. We're finally... There's color in this again. Just like how I have a lack of color in my face, we do not need my Critta to go black and white on me. And I say that jokingly because I'm very pale. I mean, the lights in here actually kind of reflect that. Now I realize I don't have a secondary light, which is why I'm so shadowy over here. The light's sitting right there, and it's like, oh yeah, that's right. I never put in position and turned it on. That's what you get. You keep moving around your studio lights and you go, oh crud. Of course, I move it out of the way so I don't trip over the line. When it's in the position, I'm trapped in here. I am confined to my workspace and cannot leave, and that's why I piss in a bucket in the corner. No, I don't. That was a lie, I'm sorry. So, okay, let's go to the animation workspace. Yeah, that'd be kind of horrible work conditions. Like, yeah, they at least gave me a piss bucket. But it's dingy and nasty. You don't get a new one. No, not you, sir. Don't know why I'm talking about that. Probably one of the more disgusting things to be talking about. Alright, let's see if this gets broken again. So we're gonna go File, Import Animation Frames, Add Images. Will it bring up? Excellent. We zoom on down, we grab this, and we go Open. 24 frames. Click OK. It should load up pretty fine. And it's loading up into its own frames. I kind of wish I'd rendered it with the transparency background now. Oh well. Because I didn't have anything in the background. It's like, you don't have to render that gray background, that dark. There is one image I do need to pull into this, and that's our original character. So I have that as reference, which I can superimpose over that and draw the first frame of this character that's flat. So it looks like everything, yep, from 0 to 99, I have all frames in there. And so, let's see, moment of truth here. I still have red perfect. So as I was trying to explain before, the difference of orthographic, so frame 9, frame here, is this space right here between each and every one is very even. And as soon as we go to perspective, see how that changes? Now we have a ridge. Something that's hidden, that was once hidden, because orthographic, I'm going to flatten everything when I look at it from the camera, you tell me to. Perspective is, I bend the light based upon where it is. Because I can see that top part of the top part of that box from this angle. Orthographic goes like, no, erase that. We're not bending light in those directions. We're keeping it consistent. So it's fun to see the difference, like orthographic, perspective, orthographic. And I'm terrible, I'm a horrible individual. Because I've been doing that like, brain, why didn't you tell me sooner? So, orthographic, perspective. Orthographic, perspective. So this is what I'm doing, because like this is the key thing. Is like, again, I'm taking a two-dimensional character and making them 3D. Now, as for what that means for the boxes, it doesn't mean anything for what I'm doing in that split second. From like this point to this point, it's still going to be the same drawing. But at this point, it's going to be me zooming in. And when did I start doing my little turn on the catwalk? Looks like I started doing it pretty... Did I go up to... I'd already started. So if this is frame 10... Five frames ahead. And I was already turning then. 5 further frames. Yeah, I've already started turning. So again, I start turning it pretty quickly. I thought I did a zoom in. He's right there. And then we go into the second motion of the camera, which is to... Oh, that's... The arc is not a zoom, is exactly a zoom in and then go around the character. This one is a full shallow arc. Full shallow arc to the back, and then then the back end zooms out from the character. I swear I should just have Blender open in the background so I can keep this in mind. But just so I can go stare at the camera, that's what I did with this movement. So that's how this 3D world is working. Okay. So I need to pull in my two-dimensional character. Did I ever? I bet you I never saved that file like I wanted. I closed it, didn't save it. I didn't save an image as I should say. Look, I didn't not save it. That would be the worst. I didn't save it at all. Lost everything. No. Where, oh where? And of course not. I did not render out the character. So We're gonna open it back up. So this is my main character, and this is the very first frame that he appears in, and I want to render that and make an image of it. Export. So I just need a JPEG of it. I just want main MC sketch, because this is the sketch version, which then will transition to the real world of version of this character from the sequence. So that's what this animation is. If you haven't had the chance to listen in, that's what I'm making, is from a sketch drawing, transition 3-dimensionally, turn, and then zoom out and have it meld into a real world version of the character. Where am I going to save it? Transit. There. And we'll just put frame 1. Also, just because. Yep, that seems good enough. We got our reference image. Now let's pull it in. So really what I can do with this is I can sit here and I can use these blocks to help me identify where I should be in this animation. So my hand is over here, forearm, upper arm, chest, and this is based upon the sketch character, because the sketch character has this very large, wide, upper body. Very wide. Actually, this whole layer is gonna get, yes. Because it should just be enough to reference. I don't need any more of it. We can erase these, because these are just maybe take a better look at what I was doing. Then I need to import the image and impose that over the top of that first frame. I don't want to import that. Fine. I'll just drag and drop it. Drag it in. There we go. Insert new layer. And then we get to... I'm going to pull it below because that's transparent. We're going to reshape this. Actually, I do need this to be a bit... not that full. More than it was, but now this should match up pretty well. Just need to. So again, this is from the sketchbook. This is the exact shape of that character from the sketchbook. So this first shot is them sitting inside that sketchbook. And then we're going to take this and we're going to keep pulling it out and transitioning how this sketch looks compared to the others. Gosh, I feel like I failed to do this properly because I could have just used this. Because I should have just rendered that out as a PNG with a transparency and made it real easy on myself. But no. I guess it's a little late for me to be thinking so critically. Chug more nos. That's the fix. More nos. Gosh, I guess I really do want to open it up again and do that for myself, because I don't need to make it. I don't need the background on. I want the animatic, but I don't need the background. I don't need full frame. I just need this. So this way I can... what I can do... save as, and I'll go grab the exact, which actually, fine. Oh, no, not JPEG. There we go. So we're gonna, oh crud, I don't want it as JPEG, I need it as PNG so I can have the actual transparency part of it. So it has to be its own. Save. No, why is it? Why? There, and then tell me. And store alpha channel transparency. Yes. Okay. This will save me so much time at trying to get this properly in here. I want to close. Oh, for some odd reason that decided to just change the name altogether. Okay. We're gonna close it. And as you can see, that worked out pretty well, but I'm like, I don't need the extra bar at the bottom. I don't need the... There's so many pieces I don't need of that. We're gonna... delete it. This will go back down to 45. And let's drag and drop the new PNG. New layer, and there we go. Simplified my process. Let's see if we can match up 2 points and then just drag with shift. Should fit in there pretty darn well. Keeping it going. Okay, so as you can see, this is pretty much how we're inserting this character to fit in this box. And that's where I developed it from the first place. It's from this sketch, this original box shapes. So as this character exists, you can see that I have all these frames to draw, but I'm going to draw them with this base information as my first, essentially a first frame at number 10. So I don't want to insert blank, I just want to duplicate. Right? You're just, okay, fine. Oh, that's right, that's an image, it won't actually have any. It's strictly that, and then I need to insert blank keyframe. So it cuts it off at that point. Never mind, it just never will. So it's my reference. Okay, so it's not working out exactly. So then this is gonna be GRF. That's that whole sequence. And keyframes. So these are going to be the drawn keyframes that I want to work with. So we'll insert first blank. So it's blank up to this point. And just for fun, this set to 24 frames. We're going to watch all 100. So it'll render it out so you can see right in here what I have now as my reference. You can see that block moves. And we're gonna this is what's gonna keep us, moving ahead, because I can now draw on top of that box, because I now have the camera angles and movement that I want to render, want this animation, and it should help me move a lot smoother in this end. So using Blender with very basic shapes and then pulling that information in and drawing over the top, because this character is going to be fully sketched because it's original sketch character. And now this is considered rotoscoping. You create something like I could have taken a live camera, like a real camera, set up some lights so I have some nice even lighting, and I could have made my body move in the direction instead of, or I got the camera, like I stood still and had a camera on some dolly that would do the same motion that I'm aiming for. Instead, I simplified it, used a freeware program, made a block based upon the character's sketch that the original sketch that was on the piece of paper that's in the first shot of the, what is it? The first shot that I'm pulling it out of, and we'll use that as our reference to continue drawing and keep a consistent shape of that character. Because like I said, this is going from 2D image to 3D image to really making a hefty transition from one perspective to another. So, I think I finally got my file set up how I want. Let's save. And here's another thing, is like I have it set to 24 frames. I might not want to draw all 24 frames. I might do every third frame and draw that. And then when I go back through, I can make it about 15 frames per second, roughly. So, one, I'm not drawing too much. Second, I get a bit of a claymation effect, which also then helps with the whole aspect of every frame is drawn, and I'm drawing a third of the frames I have to, instead of all 100 frames. So, but I don't need to move this from that for the time being. I just have to remember that I'm going every third frame and drawing that bit. And then every third frame, drawing that. So on and so forth. Into oblivion. I'm really gonna have to do something about that character. I guess I'm just gonna have to redraw that frame is what it ends up being. Draw my reference and then move on. Yeah, I do want to make sure I work. Oh, crud. Go to brush mode. Go to brush mode! Yeah, it's empty. I know. Brush. Ah, here on the... There we go. Pencil. And we want to just... a little bit of gray, because we want it to make it look like it's pencil. So we're going to make sure it's not pitch black, but graphite black. About there. Alright, and then... one at 16, one at 9, or 10. I think 9. Alright, we're going to work with 9. And we're going to redraw this sketch, this character. And we're going to work on that as our first major frame. So I'm just going to turn it for myself. And here we are. Off we go. So I'm just getting a similar style as best I can. Because I tried to match the artist from the documentary, their style that they drew on the page. And really tried to get the same features. Same angles and everything. So this is going to be the essentially my very first frame of animation. And we're just going to keep going because this is going to be a long process no matter how I look at it. Because I got about at least 15 frames, 60 frames I have to draw. And since the style of this animation is sketch to life, I have to sketch them out. So it's a painstaking process of keeping a style of animation, style that this character was conceived in, and making it work with. So some process is just going to be long because, well, That's what we do when we love animation. We keep it based upon the art style. And there's definitely a difference in certain art styles. Like, why'd you put that antenna on that character? That is so crazy. Every time it moves, I have to show the swinging motion. You're adding all this secondary animation that I just have to do. So if you ever make a character for animation, keep it simple. Because you might have the character design and you sit down and you go, this looks cool, I want this feature. And then you're gonna have an animator go like, I don't like you. Because they're gonna see every single detail and they go, You're telling me I need to draw all that every single frame, and usually at 24 frames a second. So it's like I'm gonna freak out because I'm gonna be drawing so many major keyframes, and I have to get all those details sequentially moving in unison always, every time. Animators will love you if you simplify their job to keeping track of features to a minimum. So that's why really it comes down to character design for animation is more of a I'm focusing on the silhouettes, I'm focusing on the character. What's the minimalist information I can have so they can still look like their character, but then also still give them plenty of information so the audience can see that this character's got a lot going on. So it just depends on your animation team. If you believe they can do it and you encourage them, then by all means encourage them, have them know you believe them, that they're capable. Probably help smooth their pain as they sit down and go, I'm making this as a labor of love. Of course, they're also doing it to get paid, so at some point there's the offset, like, fine, if that's what you want, then it's going to take longer, because the more detail you put into a character in their animation, the more they're going to require time. I think one of the most interesting things is that you're reading, like, if you actually try to look at what the average frames or seconds an animator draws, it varies. It very much varies on the quality of the animation you want. And then it comes down to is art style. So there's a few factors to always consider whenever you're doing animation. Is like, well, can the animator replicate this art style quickly? If they can, excellent. If they can't, you get to guess one of two things. Either the quality, the character that's being animated has too many things going on and requires extra time to conceive every motion, because they're keeping track of, say, like a satchel. The satchel's not strapped to their leg, it only has a top strap. So every time they make a certain movement, that satchel has to flop off to keep it consistent with the design. In this case, that's where character design. You'd have the character designer go in and put that strap around like the bottom half of the bag, so it's like, one, I never have to do that delayed secondary motion of that bag because it's strapped to the leg, so it's just gonna follow the leg always. So if you're into character design, it's by far that's the kind of things is how many secondary movements is this character forcing the animator to consider and keep track of when you design that character. And it's crucial to be nice to your animator. Just so you don't have them coming back to me. It's like, where's this come from? What's this? But even certain characters have design changes for their, like, they wear costume for Halloween, which hopefully everyone had an excellent Halloween. I enjoyed a lot of candy. And I didn't even have to go say trick or treat. We just didn't have a heck of a lot of kids come by, so the bags of candy become ours at that stage. But we had a nice amount. We had Child's Play, bunch of Tootsie Rolls and such. And then Almond Joys. A healthier choice. You know, coconut. Healthy choice. And then, so again, this is gonna be the pain and pleasure of creating this animation. Is now I'm in it to create every aspect you're seeing to keep consistent to their original sketch. Now at some point I'm just going to be starting to draw the outside instead of the great amount of detail that I'm doing now, because I'll go through in 2 passes and say, okay, well, I need to make sure that I get the silhouettes, and then I go through and I make sure that the information is consistent by actually going in and saying, okay, then we need a shadow here, we need this feature here to exhibit this. As you can see, this is a recreation of character which I'm exhibiting, doing all the little details. So parts of the body I'm gonna shape to work properly over the course. So I'm gonna do some other morphing, but I want to keep relative to its shape, which is why I did the blender camera and the boxes to make sure that this character, I have a reference always to, at this point, this is how big the character is compared to their position in the world. And that's part of that pre-planning when you do your animation. If you're trying to do certain stylized, like I'm trying to make sure I sketch this character, and I really, really want to be consistent, I needed to make sure I had that shape, the size of the character every time, so I can draw the information I'm doing right now consistently for that character. As a matter of fact, I don't need that on below. So again, this will be my first frame. And breaking a lot of my rules, doing extra lines to pull in. But that's to get that sketch feel to the character. So there's going to be lines overdrawn line by lines to get that etched look of how sketching can be when you just keep drawing over and over. Ideally, when you draw, you don't want to keep drawing extra lines. You want to be precise in what you're thinking, and maybe like draw halfway and go, do I want to curve it a little bit, and then do another. But again, we're redrawing the character. And that's what this will be, is every third frame is what I'm gonna go and draw. So my end results is closer to 15 frames per second, which is what I projected for myself as the amount of work necessary to get that sketch drawing come to life. That's really the effect I'm going for. So drawing is just redrawing. And that's what animation is, just redrawing. Oh, you drew it that way? Now I need slightly different angle from that consistency to show that this character's in motion. It's got the locomotion. You got the locomotion with me. Alright, and then these are big sketch lines. And so again, we're gonna keep consistent with our character by recreating this frame. Then we'll go into the real nitty-gritty, getting this character to come to life across our screen. Because now that we've done our play blast, I know what I want. I knew I went into Blender and I recreated the camera angle and the blocks. And now I have that reference as well. So now it really comes down to, at this point, of me just sketching and then clean up. And then I should have this animation said and done. So it's on me and how quick I can create each and every frame. Okay, and then it's on to the necklace. So I'm not looking for the cleanest sketch. I just want to match the original artist's sketch that they had in the book. And then shape change it over time into a 3-dimensional look. So that's what all this prep has been. We're now on that final stage. And we're getting there. So if you haven't already, I have in the Twitch chat, if you're watching, Pokemon community game set up. So you can link your account in the actual Twitch below. So you can see what Pokemon you do have. And you can play along as the chat screams out which Pokemon is next to catch. And it should do it every 15 minutes. It's just a little something you guys can do while here and chilling out. Alright, leave. That is all said and done. So I remove it. I should look. Pretty consistent. I'm going to turn it back on for a split. No, not wrong one. Oh, I do have. Alright, and so at some point too, I do have the light changing across this character. But for these amount of frames, the original does not move. So we're going to throw this down below, but we're going to keep it there, and it's locked. That's why I did that. I want to unlock it just so I can move it down below. My reference. Boom. Alright, so my major keyframe, I have my first keyframe there. Just going to save real quick. Come on, asterisk, go away. There we go. Good, saved. Took a bit of setup, but now we're on track. And my goodness. I should just learn the hotkey that just goes zeroed out, but so like I can do this. Like there. Just took a few more times. So as you can see, this is what we're creating. So this is the change from this angle to perspective. And I'm going to turn on the onioning. Give me the onion. All right, let's see this. Did it really not? What are you doing? Don't break things on me. Yeah, that's the onion feature. Why is the onion feature not on? Should be in magenta as well. That's why. Why are you doing that? Onion skin, critta, turn on onion skinning. Okay, that. Did it not like what I did with the previous frame or something? How is that feature broken? Okay. Time to problem solve this. Figure out why. So I got you, and you're working on making more transparent. We'll go down to 40%. Okay. Locked. So we're not going to change any of your frames. Good. And since I resketched you, I should be able to see it right there. Well, we're going to move that. Okay, so we're going to start off fresh, and we're going to... I feel like this just wants to keep breaking on me tonight. So I did 9 pixels. So this is also another key feature that I'm going to just draw from my own reference that I'm going to be able to reach. 9 pixel with my... should be basic brush. So that way, because as I get closer, I'm going to increase the pixel size so it's a certain thickness, and you can see that generated over time as we get closer to the character. And then the pixel, the actual drawing of the hand and certain things are of a particular wider range. Because I think about, yeah, actually I'm gonna go. So by like that point, I do have a pixel size that it's going to vary. Because everything close to it is going to be a certain one, and then I'm going to have to be very kind and draw smaller. But I also want to know that for my own reference. Yeah, this is the part that's strange, is that I don't get the onion effect that I'm supposed to. Yeah, it's not alpha. You're locked on, but don't need. Why does it feel like it's... yeah. Onion skin is on. How many do I have to turn on before it shows up? So what did I do wrong that caused this not to work properly? I can't imagine it forced me to go, no, you have to have the onion on before. 'Cause no, that's not how this works. I broke something and I don't know what I did. Because it's supposed to help me, so it's like, oh yeah, I always have my reference open to the previous frame. Why? Why did I break it? I don't even know how I broke it. Alright, well, I will take a small break so I can go to the bathroom. And I'll come back, talk it out, and figure out what I did wrong. Because that's gonna bug me. So today is the 4th. I'm gonna put up a... Yeah, plus it's about that time for me to normally take it. Because I try to take some breaks away from the computer. Because, you know, you draw all the time. You gotta take a moment. But, so we'll take a quick 10-minute or less than that. Because I'm gonna just keep it. So back at 9:10. The 4th. Hit start. So go ahead and sit back, listen to a little bit more music. I will be right back with after a quick little bathroom break, and we'll come back and figure out what I broke, because clearly I broke something. Boop, boop, boop. All right. So let's figure this out. Let's figure out what I broke in the onioning to actually not be able to see the onion. Because this is it's gonna break me because I know I need it. It's a feature so I can keep consistency as I draw the next frame. So I need to draw this feature, I need to draw it this way, and then do the shape change morphing because that's part of what this is. It's very important that I keep the previous reference so I know what I'm changing, how I'm changing it, what's shifting, where the size change is, and that's really all the shape changing that I really, really need. So, with that, we'll just pull it back in. I know I said it about 9:10, but I'll keep it here, and then we'll get back to it, because I'm going to look it up, see if I can find it. Find some information for it. Not showing. See if who else has experienced this issue, and I don't need to know how to enable it. I already know how to enable it. Toggle them on and off. Yeah, a little light bulb. And on a layer that is animated, so this has frames and isn't fully opaque. Crit will consider white to be white. Is my major keyframes considered? No, because it I feel like I'm missing something to what was done. What did I do? I did not mean to make that. That's Barry. That's way too big of a file. I accidentally copied that wrong layer. No. All right. So how to reset it? And then click. Activate the onion skin and -10 or +10 or frames. Click the 0 button will override this and toggle every skin on and off. Maybe that's let's see if that helps me after I destroy the frame I accidentally created. There, I didn't mean to make those. Now we're back to normal. I accidentally copied the my Z camera reference, which has the 100 frames. It's like, no, that's not how it works. It's all right. And no, that doesn't work. So you lie. The number 0 does not override and toggle it. Unless it doesn't toggle it inside the... So I thought, and then number pad 0 doesn't do anything either. So what version are you talking about does 0? Oh, no. Why can't I find it? Yeah, I know it's a light bulb, and I know that I can get the menu for it. Timeline select. Want to draw on the frame. In the tools bar, click onion skin button. Yeah. Timeline view, click onion skin button left of the layer name. Do you mean right of the layer name? Not left? Left of the keyframes, but right of the actual the layer name. Well, there is something. Exclamation point, not working. Okay. That is a good example. Sounds like the first frame is fully filled with white and the onion skin is showing that. That would just be the kick in the face that I do not I do not expect. Guess if I do this, technically no. Because if it was fully filled in with white, then essentially I should have had a whole box that was filling up the entire frame if there's things that I couldn't find. Past few days I've replied to 3 posts about onion skins not working, but nobody has yet replied so to say it, so if they got it's a simple fact that Krita onion skins do work, and they work well, assuming the onion skin has been set up properly. Yeah, the light bulb turned on. Bing! Light bulb is on, and each frame has different content. Yes. So you're telling me I need to draw my next frame? I already tried that. I already tried to draw in this one, and then go say, hey, let's go and make a blank frame. And you still don't onion it. Why no onion? Yeah. But that didn't help. That doesn't help at all. Still not seeing anything. So here's somebody that's clearly saying, yep, I still don't see it. Tracking down the cause of the problem, you can create a new file. Have just one layer in which you create a short animation, moving Bob, and see how that goes. So this person's saying just make a new file because obviously that's what fixes things. It's not a good suggestion because what if I've gotten so far into an animation it breaks? Now luckily this is very much at the beginning, so I could. Not off my plate is an option. It just requires me to go back through and do everything once again. Maybe that's what I should do. I'll save and I'll open it up again. Maybe save it as a separate. Save as. onto the screen. We're going to save it as file 2 just because I don't want to save over the previous one because I think I only have the animation sequence and I have yet to draw anything in it. So we're going to close this. We're just going to use this. We're going to close. We're going to tell it, let's open it up. All right, looks like we're back on track. The onion works now. Close the file, open it back up. Fixes everything. Silly machine. All right. Well, I'm glad I didn't follow the one person's advice to go just create a new file. But here we go. We got the onion on. So we can also then keep reference of, oh, look, it doesn't change any. So I'm going to move this to number 9, which is the final frame that should be in. And then we go look at number 12. And then here I can start drawing out the rest of the hand. Like I could start extending out past where this initial block is showing me. And start giving the character them more three-dimensional elements. Because now we have this, now we have it stretching, we have it growing, we have it moving. It's moving. And then we have to figure out some portion of the head that's tilting. Always has this craning head back. But once we get through the halfway mark, the head starts going this direction. So it does start tilting forward because our final frame is of the character. So my major goal right now is let's work through the first half, which should be up to about up to here. So about 48th frame ish, but I'm going to do every third frame. So I might as well. Come on. Put it in. I did. So I got, again, I got my shape change going on, where I should be with each portion of this character. And as I put in the frames, I'm going to put in every third, and we're going to draw each of these. So you have an idea of exactly how many frames I'm really going to be working with. Luckily, it's not a whole crazy bunch of them. So part of also what I should consider doing I took my camera a little too little, like I want them exactly here. What I should do is I should draw this character full-fledged head and everything, which the shape of this box for the head is not going to work by this point. Not going to be... It's going to be more rendered, more elongated, have more shape and volume. But, again, it's reference. So we're going to 42nd. We're going to go to 45th frame. So that's where I want to be. And if I can really sketch these out quickly, I could get them done this evening. As long as I don't get too picky and indecisive, I can sketch this out. Because that's what this render is a character. That's a sketchy look. What I'll do is I'll do the major outline, and I'll worry about the interior details and go back through and do that during cleanup when I'm getting more. So I will do major lines and then do detailed lines on the second pass. So if I just focus on that, I should be able to crank this out. We're about 2 hours into the evening. I left my drink. I looked to it and was like, I no longer have my can, I just have my water here. Well, fair enough. Water should be perfectly fine. Alright. So microphone, you're going to get pushed to the side a little bit more so I can have more space to see the screen. And I'm going to scooch drawing pen a little bit closer to me. We're gonna work. Quack, quack, quack. So I'm using the XP pen. I really enjoy this brand. This is the second one I've owned, and this is one of their newer ones, 24-inch Artist Pro 24. So it's a bit bigger screen. The resolution is 2K. It's not 4K. It's 2K. So the resolution's a bit higher, which is good. And a lot of the same features. Alright, so here's also another thing that I know I'm going to start doing, is that in order to start making this character feel more three-dimensional, I'm going to move and start drawing certain portions in front of others. So like this, and then I'm going to go in and go, nope, the shoulder now becomes this. And you can see now why I really wanted these boxes, because this is the feature of which I can now go in, make my eraser a lot smaller, just 30. Have an issue getting jittery with me, where I can be more precise and go, okay, based upon the shape and design of the previous frame, I have that feature going like and doing this. So like right here, actually that muscle is towards the back, and I've already messed it up. This would be one of those features that I'd be best to correct it right now, because this muscle will work in front of that one as this change comes through. And of course, what we're also doing is like there's going to be the left side of their body, or our stage left, however you want to think of it. It's going to get a little bit bigger, while the other side gets a bit smaller in a certain way. But right now, this is only slightly trying to make more sense of the 3D space for this character. So we're adding another level of detail to them by just changing where these lines cross over one another. Which again, I feel like this arm essentially is going to come in front of this shoulder. So best to do it now, because we're already shifting to that mentality, that frame. So we got, and the wrist. So again, we got this nice line, which this is going to start changing and morphing. And that's what we're going to do. And this is part of the problem solving I get to figure out as I work through this. So I'm going to figure out, well, got this, but then I got part of this palm right there to then go and look at this. Oh yeah. And we're just starting to hint at what these shapes are. So extend, start making the hand a bit more. Just a little bit. We're gonna go ahead and go that to then put that sit in front of it just a little bit right now, and actually pull that back a bit. And we want to show that we're getting bigger and bigger. And same feature. This. In front. And again, now we're also looking at the other side of the body, which features are going to go behind others. in the opposite. So this shoulder is a little bit more in front of the upper arm now. As well as that should be in front of that. We'll transition and change. Now, this is not a heck of a too big of a difference. So I'm actually looking again at my reference. My box was a little bit off. So how much further do I have to move out? So this moves out here. So again, I have that as an option. Now I don't have it part of the onion skinning, which is a shame, but we can still work with it. I just wanted to make sure where that was, so the rest of these features come through as needed. They have to be exactly the same length, just needs to be a little bit longer than the original to still be effectively saying this is getting bigger. Now I could just copy and paste this into the next one because it's not too much of a difference. But for all intents and purposes, I also want to make sure that it looks like it's sketched every chance I get. So I can't quite cheat it because I'm achieving a certain art style, certain method to this madness. So again, I'll look back. Where was the... Right there, and top. So you can see where I can easily go, okay, I know where this line goes to this point based upon where the previous one was set. So I can go and end here. Make a... nice little reference. And I'm not going for exact, I just want to make sure it's making sense. The sketch is just gonna be that jittery movement because that's the effect I really am going for. I want to make it feel like this character is moving without moving. And then nice way to do that is to get the sketch lines, change that as you move along. So we're gonna go. Do we cut back in? Yeah, we do cut back in. To then go. Go, moving along. Every feature's getting just a little bit bigger. Moving. So again, we're going from big from the outside and pushing everything outward from that point. So like this, we gotta pack that. So I did bring that a little down too far because this is gonna be pretty close to the same lower section, but this is enlarged. This, well, somewhat, because how this is sitting. I might go through and change it again because I'm like, is that quite... As you can see, I'm just trying to make it the lines consistent, so this gets down a little bit to where it's gonna have some of the same shapes. Then things are a little bit bigger, a little bit shifted. And this will be about pretty much how the rest of the work ends up becoming, is that I will not commit to making certain like shadows right now. I'm gonna commit to making the character's shape, function. So again, we go sitting in front, and we extend it beyond it just some more because we're gonna start making sense of the hand. Like, where are the fingers? Certain other features as it's growing bigger and bigger and bigger. This is just down a little bit. Just wise, we get a little bit bigger, so I'm not trying to be absolute. So this necklace is going to look like it's shifting just based upon how I'm drawing it, but again, it's should look a bit bigger as we got it. There we are. And the nice ear. So this head is gonna have to start changing a bit for me too. Do not so as you can see, the green is my previous frame, and I really do need to tone down the curve. Come on, go back to my pencil. There we go. Okay. A little bit larger. Oh, I'm drawing exactly where it was. No! It needs to be... Come on. There's a little bit of a... There. It needs to be shifted. Larger. Shifted. Larger. A little bit higher. Alright, and then the rest of it gets filled in with the... Because this is the one part of the sketch. It's like, there's no neck in this shot yet. But I'm going to have to start pulling this neck out of this position of being purely dark. And I'm like, is this just all beard hair? So I need to probably look at the person that this was referenced from, and take some of the extra liberties and designs from that, and start getting features I want to keep, and adding in others. So again, a lot of the cleanups are going to be in this head, I feel. My goodness. Alright. Let's give him some dignity and give him pants. Alright, and then turning off onion, you can see like, oh look, here's that frame. It is actually quite, that head is so different. I mean, it's supposed to. It's getting larger, it's shifting a lot of information. But it almost looks like it's too different. Well, let's put the onion back on. Because that head... I might just need to flub and start softening. Doing stuff like that. It just feels like that head's just so wide. I don't need the character's forehead is not that wide. Plus it's also a feature that's further back. So essentially it's a little bit smaller compared to what the chin and cheekbones are. So as I'm doing three-dimensionally, that's essentially what I need to start considering, is like I need the shapes to start making more sense three-dimensionally than I need them two-dimensionally. So this is the strong part of decision making that needs to be happening as I'm drawing this character. So again, we got that in front of that, and this. Trying to be consistent with certain lines, so we start shifting inward and outward. Again, not going into the detailed portion yet, because I don't want to commit that much. I just want to get the major lines, do the next frame. Major lines, next frame. And then once I do that, then I'll go through and I'll do all those shadows and features, like the upper arms, little, the individual muscles from up the top and the bottom, as well as even like where exactly is this portion, so I can start rounding out certain features and really giving character more 3D surface, 3D feel of the movement and shift. So I'm gonna have to start making sense of certain things as I get to the next frame and so on and so forth. I do turn on the previous frame. I'm going to turn down the opacity further. I don't know, these so on I can know. Actually, nope. Gotta stop breaking it. Alright, I don't know if I'm not gonna filter by color. I was hoping that would be you're just like, no, it doesn't. It's not even working anyways. So we can see now 2 previous frames worth because I'm going to turn the onion that way. And we can always look the frame ahead because if I go back to this one, I want to see, well, okay, now that's the dark one, but I got green, so this is blah, blah, blah. So we're always going to look 2 frames behind, but 1 frame forward. And just so you know what that looks like, boom, right there. Right above me here, you're going to see that, not that direction, this direction. Go 1 second frame, first frame, main frame, and then 1 frame forward. And then, as you can see, there's also the magenta, or purple. Magenta is technically a purplish red. And then over there is the little green, so for the next frame forward, as you can see, if I get that. Nope, let me get that. So, just in case you're curious about what that onion looks, I have it off on the side, so it's not in front of my screen, but it's something I can still just go over and click and go, yeah. Yes, sir. So we got that, we got that. And I changed the opacity of each one, so again, they won't be prominently. Do you want to not be a jerk about that? Thank you. Okay. Sketch pen, and again, open up this because we know, boom, we're going that. Now here is some interesting aspect. I have the character turning, so I have to start shifting features of the face to make the alignment more appropriate. So part of the nose is going to start coming out. We're gonna develop that. We're gonna have more of the chin, the jawline coming through, and then we're gonna be more prominent about the muscles fold over which one is in front of the other. And as you can see, we're still kind of consistent with size, but the beard hair. But the left side of our character, or our stage right, is going to start getting a little bit smaller, despite us also still zooming in. And the point is that it's going to get smaller because we're pushing it away, but ever so slightly. Not a tremendous amount because of how that the arc of the camera is coming closer, as well as moving a little bit to its right, but consistently pointing. And so this is the importance of why I went into Blender and made these boxes based upon the original character sketch. So I'd have reference going, there's the forearm, there's the upper arm, there's the hand. And this is also just the palm. This is just the palm of the hand. So I have a whole nother part of the hand that I need to start pushing out and pushing in. And as you can see right here, the transition between, you can see, okay, now I know, I have a reference of how much of the wrist am I going to see, like the ridge right here, like that overlapping aspect of where the forearm goes into the hand. So we got that feature. So again, this is pre-planning certain things, helps you make your work faster. We like to plan. And again, I'm doing every third frame to simplify the fact that I'm not going to be doing this 24 frames per second, but I'm going to be doing this closer to 15 frames per second, and I'll have a lot less to draw. Because I want that claymation does it at 15 frames per second, so keep that in mind. It'll have that kind of claymation feel and style to it. Bump into mine. Well, okay. The shoulder still kind of sits in front. So maybe I even go to the previous frame and redirect that. Just a little bit. But we'll worry about that in a moment. And again, we're shaping this, so we might come in a little bit faster this time. And this holds out. This is building up to be bigger. This is shaping up to be a little bit more shallow. Not by much, just a little bit. And again, just cut in a little bit sooner. Because we still got that muscle in front of the other. And as you can see, this allows me to keep a very nice, clean movement, saying, okay, this line needs to be within this section. Now, of course, the upper body did. We only have a slight turn. And this line still comes down. Again, we're enlarging all features. So we got two shifts in our animation. We're enlarging it and we're turning it. So it's keeping that mentality of bend and shift and keep the movement moving and as consistent as possible. So, and we got features that are bigger and making sense. That needs a bit more sense. Yeah, that doesn't. That's a line. That's a horrible line. That going, that leading into that, leading into this, which then leads into starting to make some fingers. Because again, we're kind of stretching and expanding the information of the hands outward, because it's like they're coming to life. They're coming out of what our original character was conceived to be, and now we're making something that's even more. Gotta pull that back, that's not too far. And we're making more sense three-dimensionally of this character. But if by all means, if you are curious about anything I'm doing, please ask any question. I am more than willing to answer. And if I can't answer it, you know what? I always am willing to hunt down an answer for it, because even something to challenge me every so often, test my knowledge on. And if I don't know it, well, then I'm going to learn something. It's always a fun part. So it's definitely something we'd never want to stop doing, is learning, understanding the world around us. And in my circumstance, I really enjoy understanding motion and animation and design. Actually, that the arm is up. How does that muscle fold onto itself? It folds behind the upper arm because we have it facing upward. So this essentially should be standing like that, which then we're getting more of an elbow and flat section. So we got this still in front of that one, but got an elbow now. And I need to do that for the other side, because, well, no. That other side, no. Yes. let's play with this line to make sure like it is right. It goes this way, and then elbow comes down and pulls forward. And then this even... Am I going to have to pull out a muscle reference so I know which direction these are going? Nope, that'll be part of cleanup. I'm not gonna fuss too much about it right now, because I want to get the shape. So that's what I'm gonna focus on. I'm gonna focus on my shapes. Make sure I have sizes that fit within what I'm being made. There. That almost makes a lot more sense than the other hand's current. Yeah, nice little extension. And actually, that is incorrect. Because this one's coming at us. Because this is moving away, and my character has not shifted their hands to being upward palms facing outward, from upward palm to facing outward. Butterfingers. Well, I'll come back to that in a moment here. Alright, so we want to make more sense of our shape, character head here. But we also have a little bit of a turn going on. So we need to start pulling that line inward. When you start showing this transition, this shift. Alright, so we're going to put the chin, the lowest part of that beard is just above that line in here. So, got this feature into this. Consistent. Quite. Again, we gotta shift this a little bit. Oh no. That's about right, yeah. We are shifting it, getting a little bit less of that side. And again, we're just gonna make the ear a bit more shallow. Kind of disappear into the face a bit. And we'll start doing this. But eventually I'm going to have to give him a proper chin. And that's part of what is going on. So I'll bring that just down a little bit lower. Make sure the left side of the beard, just a little bit, beard mustache area is a little bit bigger on our left side, their right side. And then the ear is actually larger and moving a bit further forward. It's a feature. Which essentially is making that. And again, saying that partly that going forth. Eyes just making a little bit more. Eyebrow. You can start seeing a forehead going to be. And again, translate. What this information means. I feel like I missed something because I made something too big here. You have to be further forward, but at the same time bigger. I think that's where I kind of messed that up a bit. There we go. That's essentially what I want. That's closer. That's consistent with being. All right, so we got that. That's good. Now eventually, what we'll have is this armpit is going to start shifting in such a way. Because like this is more of, we got just a small shift every time going a little bit that way. With everything that's features in the center of the chest. Like this even. Actually, now that I think about it, I do need to shift on this right side. I do need to make sure I'm making it a bit bigger each time too. Yeah. So again, this is taken from a documentary I found, and actually how I found it was looking at possible jobs and everything, and this group wanted another animator to help, and I go, well, I don't know what they're doing, and I looked at their footage and I go, oh, that looks like fun. I could do this. So now I'm off and running with my own little project based upon theirs, and we'll see. And this is like educational. So at the same time, like, I'm exploring it as the means of working on animation timing and transition of real world to an even interesting aspect, because they were looking for animators to come in and animate portions of the documentary, and there was only a total of 3 animations that were necessary. And so I watched the intro video, and I found a portion that I just fell in love with. It's like, oh, I really want to animate this section, because in the trailer they had no animations going, so they're clearly still in the early stages of working on getting the whole animation crew together for the feature. We're gonna start chiseling out some of the other information. So as you see, we get pretty far forward. compared to our previous one. Moving pretty quick. We definitely need to make sure we extend these features inward. These aren't getting longer. And then we got this. And again, we have a dynamic movement of trying to get this shift its weight. I'm pushing out my shoulder so I stop having it rest, because it's like, no, you don't stop and put all your weight down on here. You keep going. Actually, I do need to make sure the top of this. So again, I'm trying to keep features consistent, as well as enlarge and make the character more three-dimensional. Adding certain little aspects to go, this is a feature that makes it three-dimensional, so we can take away the innocent 2D and make them full 3D. So we're getting more detailed as we move in and up. There we are. And then we're going to do the necklace. Again, this is not going to get more detailed, to be honest, for the necklace. Feel. I don't want to give every feature extra detail and extra this, because some of it needs to be left as this is a sketch. This is a sketch that's jumping out of the page, coming to life to become the reality that this artist is thinking and feeling, because the drawing always felt like it was a self-portrait. It looked very much like, could have also been somebody they knew, but I'm interpreting it as that it was them. Yeah. And that's one main reason why this whole feature wouldn't be, this animation doesn't work, because it's like suddenly like that's not the character. It's like, oh, I thought it was. Yep, getting a lot bigger. So again, this is a feature that we're extending. There we are. That right hand is essentially showing itself wrong. Yes and no, because it's open palm up. I guess it's more of like this pad is more aligned with that. And right now they're off. Decisions. I'm gonna put a question mark to remind myself. Oh yeah, it's a process, and now that I've gotten a lot of my planning in place, it's gonna be I'm gonna be able to finish this relatively soon. So all that pre-planning is what's led to this moment where I can start developing and making the full animation and making this character come to life. So part of the head is already turned, parts of the arm are being exposed and covered, and parts of the hip are being shifted and seen. Even parts of the under the pit. So I need to start bringing those features in and start folding and bending and melding. And again. But yeah, I'm questioning that hand because like I feel like I need to shift it. It's gonna get shifted. It's being shifted. But I'm also, the camera's coming closer to it, so it's not quite the same as the left hand or right side of our screen is gonna look. So, like I said, I should be able to whip out a lot of these frames, get quite a bit. We're gonna take a dynamic shift to start really bringing out some other features three-dimensionally for this character. A portion of that. Let's see. Pull this off because we got the back of this skull. We're gonna have more on a cheekbone. Across. So we definitely don't have the left ear anymore. We're gonna get rid of that. But this right ear is gonna become more prominent. So this is also where I'm gonna have to start getting off script for that shape of that box back there and start morphing this head into an actual head. Because that box is not the appropriate or correct shape. So, given that, I'm going to use it as reference of where I should put this head. So I should really just look at the previous one. Know that my chin is at least here and work from that. So again, we have one side a little bit larger than the other. So really trying to bring out more. So let's figure out, well, all these little nuances. Give him a chin. I believe this character has a more prominent chin. Bring nope, not that. We need to bring it down, and then. There we go. That's how I want the transition to go, because the neck needs to start coming down and displaying, because we got this. It's gonna be in front. Back of the head, no. Nope, that angle's a bit off. We got a feature like this, cheek. That's a little too much. Without any curve. Gotta curve it back upward to make a forehead. Gonna try to see about a less is more. See if I can not complete every single line, but maybe complete most of them. So there we go. I'm starting to like this head a lot more than the previous one I was making. So we got. I am gonna have to elongate that arc I got going on. The head's really gonna be my toughest portion to keep consistent, as well as change over time more appropriately. So nose is coming out. Got the brow. Eye. So we're gonna do this. Get started. Higher and around. Nope. That's a lot. That's a load of crud. No, that's not quite how that shape should go. Even then, not start from the outside. Eyebrow. Start looking more like a roughed up, not quite well kempt. No. Essentially, it's like this with then the neck is being creased in multiple directions. So this is really down there, then be there, then be there. Where this is not cutting as nearly as much, but back of the head, and the ear. It's still a bit, though. What am I doing? Where am I putting the ear? Where's the ear going? Always where ear goes. That's where it's going. Mm-hmm. Reminds me how much so this is also another key features that I need. Make sense of this jawline. Nope. Nope. This is part of my morphing process. My mighty morphing shape changing powers. There's definitely going to be a lot more clean up the head as I go. I don't like that change. This means that all of those are going to change. And I'm realizing the ear's pretty darn big. Yeah, I'm going to erase and draw the ear first, because I know it's now the head is falling in place behind it. By doing this, I feel like I'm thinning out the head just a little bit and allowing myself to have more. Go. Back and then behind, below the jaw. This allows me to make a better jawline that's more prominent and featured in the right way. There we go. Oh, that actually needs to tuck in a little bit because I feel like what I'm essentially trying to do is get a line to go like that as best I can. Because this line translates into this one. And essentially the same thing happens over here to be there. More of a curve, get that featured. Again, we're gonna curved. More of these shifts are really turning out to be more dynamic. As we shape change across the body, the whole features. Getting these arms buff. And there's the hiccup I wanted. And making our character go from 2D to 3D. At least for the purpose of understanding where the arm and muscles and certain features of any human character would be. Certain features are becoming more prominent. Again, we're making more sense of this whole arm for this character, which actually I have extended too far because we need to pull it back. I'll go back and make those lines a bit more. It's even going additional. Extend that because we got quite a bit going on. These muscles are starting to make take more shape. While the character is still arm palm up. That represents essentially do And I am... Wait, is that enough? Yeah, that's enough. I'll just... Trying to make certain portions come alive. Am I making sense of this? Maybe. But again, we still got cleanup, which will help build sense certain features. But that's a pretty darn good hand. I think I have portions of it not making sense because that pinky is folding outward and then yeah. Question myself again on that portion of the hand. But I feel pretty strongly that it's working out. Getting quite a few features now into this character. Getting a very strong sense of how things are coming to be. Because again, we're trying to translate that sketch also into our real world person, and certain features are just not going to be the exact same. Because like now we have certain aspect that wants to be predominant in how this information is coming together. Oops. That needs a little bit more. So we are getting more information to understand even this portion of the arm. Curve that downward. There we are. So we got an elbow that's underneath. It's still feel it's coming through pretty strong, which is good. Got these muscles there trying to make sense. Again, we are going pretty big, and we do have, so I'm not sure if you can see it, but it's a very faint outline there to there. Even I'm having some difficulty seeing it, but there's this. Is that really showing all that much? It's unfortunately it's in shadow, which is one of those crud. I should have put a light there and illuminated it to make more sense without me kind of getting this, because there's a faded line right here, and the line that's in here kind of blends so well in with the background that it's really hard to peg where it should be. But the point is that this essentially is this box, and there's this box. So you can see that I can start seeing part of the side of the body compared to just being flat. So now I have to pull more into the rounded shapes. So if I was to consider that, then that's even it. place for exactly. So there. So then this line, which that means this line goes that way. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. Then I'm getting a little bit more of the under into the armpit now, and we're getting there. Do 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 do. I can just use that. And we're gonna start pulling these ribs. Forefront. And then we still have more translation of this information because you have a feature that's coming down inward, cutting forward, hooking, and then going downward, whereas we're definitely seeing feature wise we got that also means portion of the pants that are coming around that's no longer hanging on our character in such a way. There. So we can start showing some more shape. And then that also means portions on the left side are bigger than the portions on the left. As we're getting further away, we're getting things are getting lower on our left side, higher on the right. So higher on this particular side, and lower on their right side, higher on the left. If I said it wrong, that's the correct way. Left side of the screen, things are getting higher and bigger. Things on the right side are getting lower, just by a small amount too. Not like a tremendous, like I'm going up over the top. So I'm gonna portions are kind of flattening out on the right hand side of our character. So we're losing some information to it. But again, things are getting bigger. I really feel like I messed up where this is positioned, but still kind of. There we go. Now I'm making this particular shift a rather large amount. So I'm also trying to make sense of some of the interior cuts of the muscle that have been made. So again, our sketch is going to be gonna make sense of certain features by changing them up. We are getting more dominant. How much is that getting curved up into that? This is the frame where I'm seeing myself. I need to really make some choices, because like this, too many muscles, or being confused with the angle of which I am making them. So, really, more than likely, I got to commit to this now being the full pack. As for this, this too is. Then this also means that I got features that are moving closer inward. I feel like this has to be a lot bigger. I may have gone a little too small. Certain features. A little too quickly. I knew you were gonna pop up and be a jerk. I knew you'd eventually show your face. You know, just those notifications. I don't have it chime, but it still disrupts everything. Feels more like I've kept some of that consistent. And then this gets shifted further and further. Nope. These lines are a bit off. Okay, so the necklace now is not just getting larger, it's also shifting on the body. There is a V. And there's even I feel like I got something wrong because I'm drawing. Yeah, I do have something wrong. I'm drawing these very much like as if they're still flat, so I need to change that. Change that now. Does that hook like that? No. The problem is, again, I know these particular are going to be harder to figure out because they don't quite translate appropriately, and we're not consistent. Certain features in design. Okay. Well, I won't get as far as I'm getting because I'm going to have to start figuring out these major lines right now and how this transition wants to function. Well, let's go fiddle with the hand over there. Nope. Nope. Getting these fingers in. Fingertips. Fingertips. It's a little too rigid for me. So, how do you want to do it? How do you want to make this hand? Well, thumb is very, very wrong. Let's just, let's start from there. Oh, that's not quite, because we do have this. Coming in, but this is definitely down around. Perfect, okay. I like that. The thumb. Here, buddy. Nope, God, those lines gotta be a lot. And the index finger is usually going to be more extended outward than the others. So I need to stop pulling that to make sense, because it needs to start hiding behind other fingers. So you can see that I'm now changing certain portions to be pinky. It's now rolled up more. This one is going to be more. Got that extended outward. There. See now to me, this makes a bit more sense than what I was trying to do, because not often do you see somebody doing this with their hand. This is what we usually do more often. So that makes more sense. That's a lot cleaner. The silhouette is so much nicer. It's being polite and appropriate. As we need it to be. Polite and appropriate. I want to change this pinky though, because I do feel like I've made it out to be a bit more. Does that look right? No. The pinky is definitely the more prominent. Nope. This needs to go even further. How does that back end? That's where I'm getting it kind of even this. That works a little bit better. Knuckle. Okay. I definitely feel a lot better about that hand. So I'm happy. At least my arms and hands are getting there. It's this chest and head. Chest and head I need to really focus on. Remembering the muscles. Oh, they bend across. Which ones go where? Yep. Using yourself as reference is perfectly fine. Maybe I'm gonna have to start breaking away from what the original sketch and character was in order to start making sense of the upper torso and the head. Because I'm like so adamant in my mind that I need to be consistent with the shape that I'm kind of losing the fact that I do also need to start morphing this to make sense in a three-dimensional way how this character really is. Like also I'm not, these features are not getting enough of a shift. How can I make... I'm also gonna have to look at somebody that has like really strong muscles, because I think that's where I'm... Is because I know that this portion of the rib cage can stick out. But how does the shape of it? It starts curving underneath, which is what I need to start showing, that it's curve, sharp curve in, right? Same time, I can start, instead of trying to make them so prominent, start doing that. So this feature that the original artist's getting to is usually not so prominent. It's like a nice little highlight feature to how the rib cage shows through when somebody's particularly skinnier. and got a little bit more muscle tone. But this portion is also showing that they're very lean. So then I feel like that's closer. And that also would be... Does that? I need to... crud. I need to look up pecs and make more pecs. I need a reference to go, like, how is that supposed to shape up? Drawing reference. Unfortunately, I'm not as ripped as this character is, so I can't just lift up my shirt and take a look and go, count them ribs. I don't have that luxury. I'm a person that enjoys his food. Need to start some... see, the muscles don't work that way. Why? It's like I'm trying to figure out when I... Nope. Same time, it's like it doesn't have to be critically the same, but I do need that to be more of what's going on. Yeah, because this muscle too wants to come in and do the same thing. I think I'm even gonna say that this should come a little bit further. I believe. So again, we got more armpit, which is actually gonna necklace. It's still bigger, but I mean, I'll still be erasing portions of it. So how do I start folding in? Because this character is getting really wide, and I know our character we're working towards is not like predominantly so wide like this. It's best to just sketch in what you're thinking and go. Because that's part of that shape change that's really not making as much sense as it could. I need to see if this... Yeah, that makes sense still. Get this. Okay. There's also a possibility I'm shifting things way too far just yet. I do feel like that's a possibility where I'm shifting the right pec too far inward at this very moment. Because like I'm seeing maybe too much armpit, which is why it looks like it's off. So we are going to remove these features and we're going to redo them. Thinking that I've gone too far. Needs to be it does help make a little bit more sense. Just a tad bit. So let's turn off the reference. Turn off onion. See, so we got a pretty wide chest. Still needs to make some understanding, and the head needs to be a lot bigger. That is one thing I know that I feel like I have that's proportionally off. And this hand is not making sense because I need to not see this portion of the fingers. How about that? I need to start looking at the back of the fingers, and then it'll start making more sense. Which means that this section also needs to be under the hand. So right now this whole hand is lagging behind where it needs to be. Because I'm drawing this left hand side like the right hand side, and it's like these are two different shifts of how these hands want to be. Nope. So what is it that I need? So what am I doing? I'm trying to get... Now again, we're going to look at it the same way, where index finger is predominantly pointing outward. Gotta remember then put the next finger inward. Nope. Again. This. Nope, still not there. I'm wrapping it in such a way that needs to now here's another feature too. You get to see fingernails and sorts. You got that. There. That is a knee and thumb. Should. Again, these are knuckles. Come out. It makes a lot more sense than the previous hand did, but it still needs help. Still needs some help. I do want that. This is where I'm gonna I might have to go through and just redo. And let's turn on the reference even And see, yeah, see, I need that to be longer. So even as I do this, I'm extending this. Extending these features to fit my block shapes. So my palm, the palm is inside that top square still, and then the fingers go beyond it. So this is starting to work in my favor. I need to do the same thing with this arm. But I feel it's only really the hand that wants to be a little bit bigger. You can help it by doing this and then just drawing in those parts that I want. Looks like I can go in here. Do that. Fine. There. Yeah, it's too long. I do need it to be in there. That's dope. Yeah, we'll keep it like that. Previous line, didn't have to fix it. Get rid of that one there. There, the hands to me feel a lot better. Chest still needs so much attention to make sense of it. Because it's such a wide chest. The head's too small. The head's too small. The head's not big enough for this character in this moment. So that's it. This is a significant change. Size for the character's head that I'm making for them. There we go. Let's get some of these lines going in the direction. So it makes a little bit more sense as I've done this. And I am rounding out to the 4-hour mark. Well, still a lot of work ahead. But we're getting there. Definitely getting there, which is great. Then we got the next turn, which then we can only see the palm, but our arms are getting bigger and bigger and moving. Becoming more and more prominent. But I definitely need to make more sense of the chest area and how it fits as we turn it. Because I mean, right now this is a huge chest, and it's getting. We got a quite deal because there. Now here's a big part of what's happening. This hand is going to be so much bigger at this point, and it's going to be turned. So we got some work. Definitely got some work to keep this sketch going. Let's see, it'll render out, and we only got 18 frames, and I'm telling to run all 100. I really need to not tell it to go to 100 or like 24. I feel so much better about this too compared to the animatic where I was just kind of guessing along. Whereas I feel like this is definitely making more of a transition and understanding of our character. But I definitely need to work on 12 and 15 to start shifting, trying to push to what 18 is doing. So I need to start getting those shapes in there. Stop. I'll do 15 frames per second. See just for a moment. Or are you gonna tell it? Turn that off. Yeah. See, I can feel the shape of that head is so far off from what I've transitioned to what I'm transitioning to that yes, it's this into this, but I need to push this a little bit further. Just a little bit, like, again, I'm getting to that problem where the head's a little too small. It's fine for this picture because that's the original sketch. But I need to start pushing and narrowing it and getting the head taller as it gets into this one too. Just maybe narrow a little bit taller. So then it makes more sense to why I've gotten here with it. And that head needs a lot of cleanup. So I need to make sense of a lot of portion of it. And then that chest. Just again, not the greatest amount of detail. And I think even like right here, I might want to resolve this by actually pulling them off of the back muscle, and start showing that they're shifting forward. And stage 15. I'm gonna go shift forward plus around. So I know that I'm already kind of pulling that. I need to start pulling it away and shaping it that way. My note is taller head. / narrow. Here, definitely need to narrow plus tall. I need to change that. Change direction. Because it's already kind of it is kind of already going on the wrong path of being like, oh, I'm folding behind. I'm not moving forward in that that sense. And then this one definitely needs to change direction. So I already have portions I need to clean up in these frames, so then I can get to this more appropriately. Feels small, so I need to do something about that. Work on pecs plus what is it ribs. So even I need to work on that, get my pecs. But and then start holding back. So these are my current notes. Things I'll go in, I'll erase those notes, and or even just make another layer and redraw it. Because I have a lot of the shape that I want. I just need to redraw it into what I want. So given that, we will sit here, save, keep what I've done. So unfortunately, I wasn't able, especially after almost 4 hours here, wasn't able to get nearly as much work done. But you know what? Progress is progress. It's not a full second done, because I should technically have drawn 15 frames to get a full second. But for 4 hours, and I spent a good like 2.5, and then even a little bit more trying to resolve more things. So I feel good that if I roughly say that I got a third of a second or a fifth of a second done in the last hour, and I'm aiming for 2 to 3 seconds in an 8-hour day, I think I'm doing pretty good. So that makes me feel good. I'm progressing in a good way. I'm making progress. It's coming together. And as you can see there, that is starting to become more and more of a sketched animation, which definitely is more of a challenge, because my goodness, if the character has a lot of complex features. There are many transforms, like as you can see, like the ribs and the pecs and the width of the chest. I might even need to go in and I need to make that a little bit less predominant and start being a little bit more pushing the body a bit narrow, like I'd done in the animatic. I was doing that already in the animatic without reference, because that was a big thing. Like, this technically has no reference, so I need to start breaking away from the reference I have and stop trying to fit everything into it exactly, but use it again as more of like, okay, I do want to see a little bit more of that side. I need to see a little bit more of this feature, and just have the boxes hint to me of like, how much of a turn am I looking at? How much of a transition have I gone from here to really shift and pull? Because like, even this head is, I'd even say right now as I'm looking at it, head, turn, ton. Let's make the R too far. So I'd even make it like, the head's turned a little bit too much. I've gone a little bit beyond what I should for the character, and that's mainly because I do need to make sure this chin is at least squared up with this. It doesn't have to be the exact width or anything, but it does need to be using that as the arrow. So given that, and like I said, I like how the hands are turning out. I love this hand. I love how that hand turned out. I'm gonna leave the heart there. Because like I said to myself, like again, I'm doing a feature that's wrong. And you start drawing a hand that's looking like this when you go like, no, it's this. This. Not this. So I finally went, no, draw the hand like as if the fingers are splayed out. Like that. You know, you draw hands so many times and you sit there and you go, no. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. You know the perspective you want. You're just tiptoeing around it. You know what you want. It's tiptoeing around. And like with this hand, I like the other one a lot more than I had before even. I still want to clean up. I think the nails are definitely like a bit too much. But it all makes sense. I know that that's a hand. I know that's a hand. Just by looking at it. So the silhouette would be appropriate for what I'm looking at. And that's a big key. Make sure your silhouettes are clean and clear. Alright. Alright. I saved. And now it's time to wind down. I'm glad I didn't go for a second energy drink, even though I love them so much. I really just like the sour tastes. I need to just drink more lemonade if that's the case. Get my sour flavors. Less sugar, more sour. Absolutely. Alright. So again, I appreciate you stopping on by. Thank you, Phoenix, for joining in and chatting with me, and appreciate the encouragement that yes, it is coming along. I'm feeling very good with it. And this will hopefully be done sometime this weekend. Because now I have the idea, I have the function. I need to just draw the frames. I have my reference for the camera movement of the object. And it's again, just draw the frames. And then I can go through. And I guess when I say is like, it'll be done, what I want is all my frames drawn. Then the next stage is cleanup. Then it's to finish and make sure that the intro and outro, the fade in and fade out, sync up appropriately, size-wise. And then after that, consider the hand swipe reveal of the background joining my character. I don't have to, but I feel it's an extra touch that could be done in how I'm doing this animation. But that would require a lot of additional work in the sense of seeing if I can make a panoramic shot that, how can I say it? I might even want to make a particular panoramic shot that if I was to look at it in Blender, I could move the camera appropriately across it and then impose my sketch over the top of that and composite the two together and get a feature that I have the background sliding in and following appropriately. And then also even in Blender, I've never really messed with it outside of, because I've done the sculpting, I've done the modeling, but I've never actually gone through and utilized the compositing aspect of it, which is always such a more interesting aspect of this this program that they developed and put in. So, but all right. So, with that, I'm closing out this evening with a very happy that I got so far hit some snags here and there, especially with the onioning, the onion skin not working as intended, and luckily the quick fix was save it, close out Krita, open up Krita. Actually, I think I just closed out the file. I don't think I closed Krita altogether. It's clearly getting bedtime for this guy here. So, won't drag it on any longer. I wish you all a pleasant good night. Have a wonderful Friday. I'll see you back here Saturday morning for Saturday morning webtoons, which I will spend some time thinking about, because I'm always sketchy about, like, do I want to watch YouTube videos of old time cartoons, or what am I? Well, I want to watch cartoons with all of you, and it would be great to go over and like sit there and analyze and see the animations and see how many frames and like really kind of take a look at it, to the squash and stretch and all those interesting aspects of animation that, you know, we don't always take a moment to look at. So with that, again, this bear here is getting a bit tired. He's worked hard this evening, put in a decent amount of time behind the scenes, man. Yeah, because like that's I definitely want to go and analyze other people's animations, because that's what I do. I study them. 4 hours here tonight. Yeah, I've been trying to do more than just 2 hours because, well, one, it helps me get more done in the evening, and if I hit some technical snags, then I have a little bit more time to work through them. Because when that onion skin wasn't working, that was I just couldn't help but laugh. It started breaking on me. Luckily, I figured out a fix, and hopefully that helps out other people too when they use Krita. But again, thank you, Phoenix, for stopping on by. If you have not checked him out, go to his channel. He's a great guy. He does so many games. He does a lot of Smite, does a lot of Left 4 Dead. Dead by, you know, what is the new game? I can't remember. Like, I want to say Dead by Daylight. I want to say all these other things, but what is it? I almost think it's like, again, that he's a great guy. Yeah, thank you. Because clearly half of my mind is already asleep, and I'm yawning to make sure I can get enough oxygen into it. Back for Blood, Dead by Daylight, there we go. And Smite. So I know that's... yeah. And again, thank you, Phoenix, again, for stopping on by. Keeping me a little company here. Yeah. Alright. So I'll close it out with a very thank you. Enjoy your evening. Have a good night. See you back on Saturday. And this is the BoogieMan dancing on out of here. I'll catch you critters later. Bye.